And we are back. So we made a lot of progress yesterday on getting a bunch of this stuff harvested. Got a bunch of money in the bank right now. So we will be trying to get the rest of the money out of the laundering pool and into our pockets so that we can finish the midsection of the house, which is the frame, which will give us a good idea of what it's going to look like. It will take approximately 3 days to get most of this out, and then we should have enough money. Well, almost enough money to be able to build that midsection of house. Uh, we have a lot of weed we have to dry and then sell, which will give us the rest of the money that we need. As you can see, we have about 300 seconds left on these, and we're just gonna. I think all the weed at the other house is done too, so we can go over there and do that harvest. Um, I have enough cash to make it over there and start the harvest over there. Just wondering whether or not I should speed up time and then finish this. Nah, I'll just spend. Well, what time is it? Almost 5. All right, yeah, we'll just speed up time a little bit here. Because all the weed at the other house should be grown by now. There we go. This should be done. Oh, 6 seconds. Here, we'll just wait until 7. There we go. Just because a couple of them probably weren't quite done yet. Wanted to make sure. Oh, see the cops wandering around out there. What the hell is that? Oh, over by the fence, huh? So we'll get this stuff packaged up and the new stuff in the dryers. Go sell it off, then head over to the other house to do the harvest over there, and get that started drying. We need. There's a lot of seeds we're gonna have to plant. We'll have to go buy some more water too, because there's no way with the amount of pots that I put in at the castle. There's no way we're going to be able to water all that with the amount of water bottles that we have. So, first things first, finishing this stuff off. I hope everyone had a happy new year. Alright, cool. I think we'll be able to get most of this in these dryers. We won't have to use the ones on the other side. I think it'll actually, well, just a little bit more here than will fit in those dryers, I think. Which is good, because we had 110, right? I think that was our number from yesterday. So it looks like we might actually end up with 16 kilos this time. Should be good. Okay, so we should have 9 with us. Yep. Alright, cool. I'm gonna wait to plant here until I get the other harvest, so I don't have to worry about watering. I just want to focus on getting all this stuff done first. With my increased reputation in this area, I should probably do some more deals to make up that extra little bit of money that I may need. Okay, we got our money now. We can drop it in the launderer on the other side when we go to do the harvest.
You there. Come here for... Do you have anything illegal on you?
I wonder if the amount of lighting has an effect on whether or not I can duplicate stuff. I think it just affects how fast it grows, but I'm not sure. Okay, so we got 100,000 waiting to be laundered. Okay, it's 49. So I got 90. Happy New Year to you too, man. Did you have a good one? You party? Do anything super fun? Nice, nice. That sounds fun. Playing the FedEx simulator, huh? Well, as long as you're having a good time, that's all that matters. Well, I've got the money for uh the first two parts done, I think. The third part takes like 150,000 or something. So I just have to pretty much wait for the money to uh, finish being laundered, and I probably should have close to enough to do the part that does like the framework, so you can see what the actual villa looks like. And then the rest is just, I don't know, it's like another 50 grand or something. So it shouldn't be too much longer. Especially with, I'll probably do like one more harvest and I'll have more than enough money to finish it. It's just a matter of waiting for it all to get laundered. And then once I for sure have enough money to do that, I will be focusing on trying to get the achievement for killing like 909 people. I gotta see how difficult it is to really start like overdosing clients. I don't know if I have to drop my rep like all the way down to get people that'll take worse mixes so they'll overdose more often or what. But it's be a little bit of experimentation. But I just wanted to make sure that I had enough money to finish the villa before I started doing that, because I don't want to get to the situation where I drop all my rep and then I won't have enough money. But I should, with all the weed that I'm growing, I should be able to do it without too much worry. I'm really not sure how to like cause people to overdose intentionally. I've always done it just by accident, so it's going to be interesting to see what it takes. Yeah. Like I thought that if I just made stuff with a lot of fentanyl that would be the kicker, but it doesn't really seem to do it. So yeah, I may have to try like mixing multiple types of drugs together and not just the mixing ingredients, like mix meth with amphetamine and then mix that with like washing powder or something to see what happens. Because I was going to use fentanyl. I made some batches of stuff that have fentanyl in it already, but it like it didn't. I thought it would like instantly addict people, but it didn't. So I don't know if I just didn't add enough fentanyl to the mix or what. I haven't had anyone overdose on any of my fentanyl based drug mixes yet, so I don't know if that's going to be the way to go. I mean, it's got to have a purpose since you can't sell it, and it's so expensive. It's like by far the most expensive drug. It's like 10 grand for 500 grams or something. So 20 grand a kilo or something like that. And I'm just like, man, it better have a purpose. Like it didn't even like instantly addict people either. I got one person addicted to like fentanyl weed just because I wanted to see if you could get someone addicted to weed, and you definitely can. But none of the other people that I gave it to got addicted to it. So I don't know if there's like a limit to how many people that can be addicted per day or what. So it's going to be a bit of experimentation. So I wanted to make sure that I finish off the villa and then I could use whatever money I have left over for experimentation to be able to buy all the drugs that I need to mix together and all that other good stuff. But I figure I might as well get the achievements that I know are easily doable done first before I start focusing on the ones that I don't know if I can do. Because it may be something that you need to like work with the Kenji gang for, and if that's the case, then I would need to start over, and I don't really want to start a new game just to do that. So, I mean, I may start a new game just to meet up with the Kenjis, just to see what like if that has one of the secret achievements or not, but I don't know if it does. Like I looked at the achievements online and I didn't see anything that was like specifically do a deal with the Kenjis, so they might just be part of the same achievement as the Mafia is, which is a offer you can't refuse or whatever achievement. Yeah, it may be something like that too. That's why I was thinking I may have to drop my rep like down really really poor because it says like if you have a really poor reputation then you get like riskier clients that will take a super mixed batch, like their quality expectations are really low. But I don't know what like a riskier client means. Does that mean you're more likely to like deal to the DEA or something or what? So I wanted to try to make sure that I got a handle on the stuff that I knew I was going to need to keep like a good rep for first, like getting the villa set up and all that stuff. Because if I lower my rep and I start getting rated at all my labs, that's going to get really expensive. So I need to make sure that I have enough money in my bank account to not have to worry about that. I don't want to get into a position where like I have no rep and then I have no way of making money. So I got to be careful. I may have to go buy more seeds too. I think I'll be okay as long as I can keep selling to the psychedelic gang. And I think they'll work with you no matter how bad your rep is. But I wanted to make sure that I didn't end up doing something that was going to screw me over. Like lower my rep all the way down and then not be able to sell weed or something anymore, and then have to work to get my rep all the way back up just to make the money to lower it back down again. That just seems like a lot of wasted time. So to be on the safe side, I'm just taking and trying to build up enough money to do to get the achievements that I want to get done first before I focus on finding out specifically what it takes to start killing people. Yeah, see, I don't know. Um, the only thing that it's said about ODs is that if too many people OD, people won't buy from you anymore. And so I don't know, like, how that plays out. You know what I mean? Like, if, like, how are you supposed to kill 900 people then? If people aren't going to buy from you if you OD too many people. So I'm not sure exactly how the game handles all that stuff. So I want to make sure that I get the few achievements that I know that are easily accomplished, like that just take money, like finishing the villa and upgrading the launderer. I'm at level 15 right now. I'm not sure if it goes to level 20 or not, but it is an achievement to max out the laundered properties. But the next level up is 100,000. So I don't want to do. I don't want to invest 100,000 into the laundered business when I need that money to do the villa. See what I'm saying? So kind of stuck at the moment. Because it's like a double-edged sword. If I were to like invest the money into the launderer, I could get more money. Like it would launder money faster, and I could possibly get a better percentage. But it may take $200,000 or $300,000 to do that, and I could just finish the villa off with that much money. So I'm just like, well, I guess I can just wait it out. Because right now I get 22,000 a day from the laundering business, which isn't great, but if I mediate the time by like growing more weed and making sure there's like, several $100,000 just waiting to be laundered, then it won't matter as much if I invest money into it or not. And I put down a whole bunch more pots in this house so I can feasibly make a bunch more money. Hey Sheldon, how you doing? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to go buy more seeds. I do not have enough for all the pots that I have over here. But I didn't bring enough cash with me. I should have waited to launder it until I bought the seeds I need. Guess I'll start with just this room. Maybe I'll have enough. Might be cutting it close though. I don't think I'll have enough for this whole room actually. Nope, I'm short. It's okay, a lot of this is finished drying, so I can just take a bunch over to get it sold, and then just use the cash to buy more seeds. I'm hoping that I can finish at least the midsection, the most expensive part of the villa today. Because the last two parts are really easy to do. It's only like 50, 60 grand or something. But I have a feeling that I have to have really low rep to be able to kill a bunch of people. Oh, these houses, they are raid proof, so you can never be raided here. Um, you're immune to like any of the searches by the cops. You're instantly safe as soon as you're on the property if you're running from the police. So they're really important. Especially if like I'm gonna start killing a bunch of people in a really low rep. I can just keep all my product here and then I'll never lose any of it. And like I don't have to worry about like filters or anything like that when I grow here. So it's pretty awesome. And you can add way more furniture here than you can in any of the other places, so you can have the wait time go really, really high. Which will be useful like if I have to drop my rep, one of the easiest ways is just to wait a long time and then you lose a bunch of rep in all the areas. And that along with just selling like really shitty product should help. But I'm gonna have to do a lot of experimentation to find out exactly like what I can sell to people that they'll buy and die from. Oh yeah, it's just police hours. I don't have no curfew here. Oh really? Where are you from that has a siren alert? I haven't heard about that before. Ah, Philippines. Okay, that makes sense. Because I know China has something like that too. Oh, that kind of makes sense. I mean, it's not great, but at least they try to do something to keep down the spread of infection. Whereas here in the United States, like it, it was just embarrassing how we handled it. Most of the populace is just so dumb that they're just like, I don't want to wear a mask. I'm just like, it's literally like the least thing that could be done. And it was too much for most people. It's just embarrassing, honestly. Yeah, when here in America we were forced to wear it, and we couldn't go into places, and people refused to. And the second that they were like, okay, you don't have to wear a mask anymore, almost nobody wore masks anymore. And I'm just like, you could see the few people that actually care about their health and the health of others that still wear masks, but it's a very, very small percentage of people. Most Americans don't give a fuck about anyone but themselves. It's kind of sad. And like people were doing like the dumbest things. No, Fourth Amendment is illegal searches and seizures. It means like you can't be detained or searched illegally. There isn't really an amendment that says that you can or cannot wear masks. There isn't one that says you can do what you want. I mean, there's like the First Amendment, which is freedom of speech, but most people don't really understand what that means. Um, like technically, the Constitution says that the government has the right to experiment on you. So there's nothing really like that they can say that says, "Oh, I don't have to wear a mask" or whatever. Like definitely none of the amendments. Yeah, that's the problem. Is a lot of people. No, there's definitely no. You don't. There's no right afforded to you by the Constitution that says you don't have to wear a mask. There's a lot of people that misinterpret the Constitution and think they know what it says, so they go on a tangent and try to tell their people stuff, but they have no idea what it means, just so they can make themselves sound like they're right, but they're not. Because in all actuality, the government has the right, based off the Constitution, to do medical and experimental testing on you. So if they can do that, then there's definitely nothing that says you can't. You can say you don't have to wear a mask. Like the government has a right to quarantine you and everything else. So and the problem is that like people think that wearing a mask or not wearing a mask is something that like it's super impediment to their lives or whatever, and it really isn't. Like if nurses and doctors can wear full PPE gear for, however many hours a day that they were during the initial outbreak, and be able to go and suffer through all that, wearing a little flimsy piece of paper over your face shouldn't, cause so much distress, but America's pretty dumb, dude. Man, I didn't have enough seeds over here either. Shoot. Yeah, see, it's just one of those things that's when you get down to it, it's just people like Americans think they have all this special rights that they don't really have. I mean, there are some, but they're abused and misused a lot of times, so it's really hard. The problem is that like I want to say like in the 80s or something like that, there was a law passed called the No Child Left Behind Act, which was initially supposed to make it so that children couldn't fail grades anymore, and everyone was supposed to be able to have like equal education and blah blah blah. But what it really did was make it so that like even if you're dumb, you still pass the grade. Even if you shouldn't have passed, you can still pass. And that allowed a lot of stupid people to graduate high school, and those stupid people are breeding now, making even dumber people. So America is just slowly getting dumber and dumber and dumber. Like America's like kindergarten and stuff is like some of the best in the world, and their college and most of our colleges used to be the best in the world, but like our high school level education stuff is like pretty far down there on the list of the world. And that's because of stuff like that, because teachers no longer like teach subjects so that you can learn that subject. Like you're not learning math, you're learning what's going to be on the test so that you can pass the test, and it doesn't matter if you learned the subject or not. Well, I mean, he doesn't really have any effect on that. This has been going on for the last since the 80s, so almost 40 years now. Although there are a lot of things in the Biden administration, like the what is that? I want to say cancel culture, but it's not cancel culture. It's essentially like teaching children the real history or removing parts of history so that to make people not look good. Like it's called, oh man, I cannot remember the name of it. It's like racial something. Um, I don't know. I'll have to look it up and let you guys know next stream. But essentially, like like schools have the right to remove things that they find offensive, regardless if it was like stuff that actually happened or not. So like people are trying to say that like the real history of all the messed up things that the government has done, or the citizens have done, just don't teach those so that it doesn't offend anybody. Man, I wish I could remember what it was called. It's got a title. Everything has a title. I mean, yeah, the reality is you don't want students to fail, but some students have to fail because they haven't learned the subject matter. You know what I mean? Like if you don't understand the topic, like if you don't actually learn math, or English or science or whatever, then you should have to keep taking it until you learn it. Like that's just that should be common sense. Because there's so much stuff that I learned in school that I only learned it long enough to pass the test, and then I don't remember any of it. So it's like wasted information. And so much stuff I had to like go back and reteach myself. Because I took math pretty far in high school. I did algebra 2, and then I did like pre-trig or something. And then after a few years, I went to college and had to basically relearn algebra and trigonometry again from scratch because I didn't actually learn the subjects. I just learned what was on the tests. So I was able to pass tests and not like use the math. So when I actually got in, like when I was in college level and I had to like actually know how to use the math, I had no idea what I was doing. So I had to relearn everything again. So it's kind of, and that's not so bad for me because, I don't mind learning stuff. I like learning stuff. But there's a lot of kids where, like they struggle to learn the first time, and now they find out that they didn't actually learn anything and they have to actually relearn it all again. They just don't want to do that. So it's kind of a bummer. Like schools really need, yeah, see, like memorize this phrase to pass the exam. Don't understand why this phrase is there or how this applies to anything. Just memorize these words. And like so all of school is taught that way. And so teachers have to teach their kids that way. And it's just kind of a bummer. Okay, I should have enough money to be able to buy seeds now. But I have to buy seeds for both houses, huh? Shoot. Oh, he won't come out until after police hours. Oh, shoot. So I definitely have enough money in the laundering pool now to be able to get this second section of house built up here. But since I only get 22,000 a day, it's going to be a little challenging to get that much money. Because I think I need like 154 or 160, something like that. Probably just have to pay to get through, just so I can get to the other side and water before I go get more seeds. What do you mean? Oh, the yeah, that's probably because I take too many orders at once. If I just took like a smaller amount of orders, I wouldn't run out of time. Oh no, I didn't take any orders yet. I knew I was gonna get stuck delivering all this weed, so I did not take any orders because I knew I'd run out of time for sure. I wanted to take some orders, but I knew the back and forth between getting everything dry right now would take too long. And I got distracted when I ran out of seeds, so I was just going back and forth to try to get some of the crops set up. Because if I still had orders, it would pop up here on the left hand side of the screen and say you have to take so many drugs to so many people. But I knew I'd never make it to them in time if I was dealing with all these plants. I still have to buy more water too. Yeah, it's weird because like I don't think they get harassed by the cops if they're out during police hours. Because I've totally seen them just like wander around past the police, and they don't seem to care. They'll only get arrested if my like danger level is too high. It's called the exposition level, but I just call it the danger level because that's what it really is. How dangerous it is to be outside. Yeah, there's literally been only one person that cares about police hours, and that's the guy that you buy seeds from. If you try calling him during police hours, he's like, "You gotta watch, know what time it is." Like, but I also think some of them are just really dumb, like the clients, because some of them just like if I was gonna be ordering like several hundred grams of any drug, I wouldn't just be standing out in the open. I'd be somewhere, a little bit less conspicuous. Yeah, I think it'd be more interesting if the cops would chase after the clients and stuff, but I but it only like registered like I've never seen a cop actually go after one of the AI. I've only had it say like so and so got arrested if my level was too high. And I think that's kind of a bummer. I think they should have the same amount of risk I do. Or be more understanding. Because, like, I've literally got arrested in front of a person that I was trying to deliver to, and then they were all pissed off because I took too long to give them drugs. And I was like, yo, you watched me get arrested right in front of you. I think my safe bet is going to be to get dealers in every area. And then once I have dealers in every area, then I can experiment more with killing off clients. Because then I'll have for sure money coming in from all the dealers. And I'll have a higher chance of, like, their clients ODing. But they get all up. It says like they'll send me an email saying that they're all upset, but it doesn't. It hasn't like affected anything like any time for me yet. Like I had someone OD and they're like, "Don't give me that drug again," and then I immediately give it to them next time they order it, and they don't care. They don't say anything about it. They're just like, "All right, cool, thanks." Okay, so I need 10,000 for seeds, and I use this duffel bag first. Alright, so now I can go meet him and pick up seeds for this place, and then I have to go meet him again and pick up seeds for the other place. And like I've given some like really shitty stuff to some of these people with question marks on their head, but it doesn't seem to matter. Like I think you can only addict and kill people that are your clients. Oh, happy New Year for you too, man. Oh yeah, see he leaves. So I have to call him again. That's okay. I don't remember this car being there. Yeah, that's a good question. Like, I don't know if they have to be an addict first before they'll OD, or if they can just OD straight up. Like, most of my mixes have been pretty safe, I guess. So maybe that's why they don't OD, even if it's even. I mean, like I'd have to like that's why I need to play around and find out. Like I gotta sell some people like some really messed up stuff. That's like only 10% real drug, and the rest all like mix or something, and see what happens. But I sold some stuff that was like essentially like 60/40 weed and like washing powder, which is like dish soap or whatever, and like no one OD'd on that at all. And I was just like, I don't understand. Like I don't know if it's like only the stronger drugs that are more likely to cause it to happen, or what. So I gotta figure that out. That's why I want to get dealers in Sector C, because those people all get like heroin and cocaine, and I'm figuring that maybe they're more likely to OD off of heroin and cocaine than anything else. Although I've had a lot of people OD off of crystal meth too, so that's why I was going to use that as my mix. I mean, the people that I've had OD have OD'd on like the pure drugs, like with stuff that wasn't mixed at all. So that's why I'm super confused on like what the conditions are. Because I was for sure that I'd have some people OD on some of my mixed drugs, but almost all of, I think maybe one person is OD'd off of my mixed drugs, and I don't know like if they're the person that was just buying a lot or what. Like, do they need to be people that, do I need to like get them to a point where they'll purchase a large quantity of it and that's what causes them to OD, or if I can just do like a small quantity that's like really unpure, it it's gonna be a bit of experimentation, I think.
Hey, come over here, pal. Don't move or we
All right,
tase
for
you,
sure.
buddy. Okay.
But I think you're right. It may be people that are buying like larger quantities for
Hey, you, wait.
themselves and not
Don't
necessarily
try
the
anything
dealers.
stupid.
Because I haven't had any of my dealers OD, so either they're not using anymore,
All right,
which
off
I
you go.
feel is unlikely, or like only the people that are clients or clients of dealers can OD. I want to get it down to a science that like I know exactly like if I sell this much to this much person, they will OD for sure. Because I think that's what it's going to take for me to be able to get 900 plus deaths. And I probably need water, so I'll take double check that. So I'm gonna have to try it out with like clients that I've done deals to before and try to get some brand new clients that I've never dealt to before and see what the difference is. Because I gave out like a bunch of weed that had fentanyl in it, and out of like the 6 people, I think, is it 4 or 6 people that I dealt it to, only one person got addicted to it. So I'm not sure if there is like a limit to how many people can get addicted in a day or how many people can OD in a day. But it's like one of those achievements that I don't know if you can only really get them if you're working with the Kenji gang, because as far as I know, they buy like really super mixed drugs, so maybe working with them causes you to get more ODs from their clients, but I'm not sure. And since I don't think I can work with the Kenji gang because I'm already working with the Mafia, the Belenas or whatever they are, like, it's one of those things that I don't know if I have to start a new game and just sell like 10% mixes or something. But there's a lot that I have to do that requires me to have like high level clients, like dealers and stuff, that'll buy like 200 or 300 grams at a time. Because there's like the achievement for selling a ton of drugs, and that's 1,000 kilograms. And there's no like status page or statistics page that tells you like how many drugs you've sold so far. So I have no way of knowing when I get to that limit. But I know by selling a bunch of weed, hopefully, like the weed better count as far as I'm concerned, because that's the only way I know of selling large quantities of stuff. All right. Like all these people want weed, but most of my weed is on the other side right now. It's all these people that I really want to experiment with. So I'm trying to get them to buy large quantities and see if that works. They might do that in the second game. Oh, another dealer for West Old Town. Okay. Okay, a 58, a 12, and a 9. And then, do I have the other crystal meth still? I do. Okay, let's give him some of this. 25. And then a 4. And then 3 of mushrooms. I also got to see about making mixes with the mushrooms and the DMT and stuff like that too. I haven't done any of that. Okay, I think that's everybody. And since growing weed is so time consuming, I haven't really had time to like make a bunch of different random doses of stuff to sell. Like this crystal meth that I'm giving them is fentanyl and methamphetamines. So if they don't get addicted to that, I don't know what they will get addicted to. But they are relatively pure mixes. Like, it's an 80-20 mix, so... I might need to buy some more equipment for B sector so I don't have to go all the way through every time if I want to do a mix.
Hey, you! Stop right, stand still, please. Fucking patho.
That was everybody, right? Yeah. I need to buy more water bottles, but I'm not sure where to do that on this side. I have to go back through the checkpoint.
Sir, stop! Are you carrying any drugs or weapons? Okay, clean. Go home.
Uh, get 30 just to be on the safe side.
Hey, you! Don't try anything stupid. Alright, off you go.
It's water with what I have. Then I'll go get the other water bottles if I need them. Okay, that's all the plants watered. Now it's going to take forever to fill these back up. Oh. Oh wow, it filled already? No way. Yeah, I definitely feel that. Oh, I forgot I had stuff in here drying. Oh, I should switch to the backpack. The duffel bag, I mean. I think I should keep a kilo of it just to sell to the dealers so that I can make some extra money. These are all empty, right? Okay. Okay, let's take this over to the other house. Let's go sell all except for 1 kilo. Because selling it to the dealers, I make like 4 or 5 times as much money as I do wholesaling it, so. It's going alright. We just watered the other house, and we're watering this house. And then we're going to take the kilo weed we brought from the other house and sell it to all the dealers that are on this side. Try to just increase our revenue a bit. I think we should be pretty close to 100,000 in the bank. And there's one achievement that is just ridiculous. You have to spend $250,000 to buy a golden toilet, and then you have to get a gold ring, which I don't know how much that is, and then drop the ring down the toilet somehow. So that's gonna be an interesting achievement to try to figure out. Since I'm not really sure, I think I know the pawn shop might have golden ring, but I'm not 100% sure. But 250,000 for a toilet seems ridiculous. It's not the most expensive thing to buy. The most expensive thing I think is like 3 million. Alright, let's go take those weed orders. Alright, 60, 58. $69. Uh, 55, 35. $25, 37. Alright, I think that's everybody. Now where's these all? A couple of them grouped up here. It's gonna be a little tricky to get all of them without at least seeing some cops. You all standing right next to each other? Jesus. Alright, there's one over here. Then we got one over here, one in the middle. Uh, like 50 or 60,000. Of course, they had to be right there. Let's go this way. I mean, most of what I made so far was left over from because I did the harvest at the end of the day. Yesterday. So I just cashed in most of that stuff today. Come on, hurry up. This is why I get busted by cops, because you guys take so long to open this damn door. Okay, I think we might have enough time to do an experiment. Oh, I don't have the small backpack over here. Shoot. Guess I'll take this big one with me. Let's see. We got lots of stuff here to work with. Let's see, we got heroin. We got tons of amphetamine. A bunch of ecstasy. A little bit of meth that's been mixed. A little bit of mushrooms. Got a bunch of crystal meth. Don't have a lot of DMT or LSD. So we may have to go buy some more of that stuff. Still got a lot of new amps, so that's fine. We're running low on cocaine over here as well. I guess we could do something with. Let's see what some of these people that are close by want. They want DMT, mushrooms. It's like DMT, mushrooms, and weed. Alright, so let's do like a crazy mix of DMT. Let's do 1 gram of DMT. And 3 grams of crystal. And I believe it has to go. Is DMT a powder? Yes, DMT is a powder. So crystal, I have to make it a powder. Can I put it in here to make a powder? I can. Okay, but I won't get 3 grams. So ooh, that was a lag spike. Okay, we're gonna try seeing what DMT and crystal meth does to this person that wants DMT over here. Oh, they wanted 8 grams. Oh, my bad. Okay, so we'll see what happens when I give this guy a DMT crystal meth mix. Alright, let's see what happens. Like, I don't even know what this would do to a person, honestly. What was his name? Fidor? Okay, so we'll look for Fidor overdosing, becoming addicted, or just sending us an email complaining. I could just wait, but I'm impatient, so I'll pay the $350 to get over there. I don't want to be over encumbered, so we'll just go with what we have. Alright, we watered everything. Finally. I gotta remember to leave this duffel bag over at the other house. Oh yeah, let's see if there... I haven't got any notifications about Fidor yet. Oh, he's still ticking. Hasn't even sent me a message to complain. It's weird. Normally they would have complained by now about that really poor mix. So we'll see what happens.
Hey, you, wait! Stand still, please. Okay, you're clear.
'Cause I haven't seen nothing about him becoming addicted or overdosing or even not liking the mix, which is odd, to say the least.
Patrol requested to the eastern slums. Over.
I figured he would have at least complained by now or something. And it still says he's a client too, so I haven't lost him as a client. It's very odd. I don't want to skip time because I want to be able to see the message appear in real time. might have to skip time. Mostly just so I can get some more of this money laundered, honestly. I want to be able to get that second part of the, or third part of the villa finished today. Man, I still need like 50 grand. It's gonna take a while. So in the meantime, we'll do this. What was it? 35 amphetamine and 38 of crystal. And then 119 of weed. Dude is standing in front of the police station. What a fool.
Patrol requested around 210.
I don't know how I'm supposed to be able to give him anything. At least these people are only standing out in the open because they have money, so that is acceptable. Oh, I need to go over there. Oh, shoot.
Hey, come over here, pal. Don't move or we tase you, buddy. All right, off you go.
To all units, multiple assault was lost.
I'm gonna check on the cocaine lab and see how much money is in, how much cocaine is prepared. Kilo? Okay, that's okay. Haven't needed a lot of that, so. Mostly need it for the gangsters. But I probably will need a bunch once I actually start doing more deals in the construction area. In Sector C. Sure did take me a while to get those seeds. All these are 35 and the others are at 50. After this harvest, I may have to wait before I replant and just speed through a couple of days just to get the laundered money up. Okay, finally got all the watering done. I should probably go and do some deals in this area too, although I don't know if I just want to go back over and water and skip time or not. Might be good to just get some extra money coming in. Looks like some of this stuff I don't have to do anything. Just have to pick up some money. That's always good. I thought I had more dealers here. Oh, do I? How did I set that up? Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Let's see, 211. I think my mouse is dying. 1824. Oh, really? Man, I've been playing this for this how long now, and I didn't know that? I thank you for that. That makes things way easier.
В целях вашей собственной безопасности все жители должны находиться в своих домах. Лица, пойманные в общественных местах во время комендантского часа, столкнутся с последствиями.
Oh, of course you'd have to be on the other side of this fence. Why is nowhere open this lock? There we go. Oh, then I got it on my first try. That's nice. I literally was just mashing the F button over and over and over again, getting no results, and when it finally does click, it gives me the complete. That's so awesome. And you're going to be just far enough away that I have to go to the other side. Darn it. I should have gone to the people that were in downtown first. It's always harder to get to them. I am temporarily trapped in here. Why are you standing out in the open? God, I hate people like you. Be like this guy, hiding in the dark, even though he's right in front of a police station. At least he has the decency to be hiding in the dark. Yeah, but it's for like such a small amount. It feels pointless to take that kind of risk for them. Now, if he was like my other person that wanted 100 and whatever grams, then it'd make more sense. I need to go to the other house and water. Oh, is it? Yeah, I hadn't really experimented with that. So I figured it'd be cheaper with two people, since it costs so much to be able to set that place up and train two lab techs. Huh. Interesting. I think I lucked out then, because I think both of my Coke and H labs are in two people laboratories, so I gotta figure out how to start overdosing my clients, honestly. I need like a consistent way to make them overdose. Oh, dude, I make the most of my money off of weed. I make like $120,000 per harvest. Oh, I don't use a lab to to get it though. I grow it all myself. And then I wholesale it. Wait, what do you mean nugget costs $45? Oh, you're talking at the lab? It's just what the seeds cost, so it's 25 or I think. Well, I buy 250 seeds for 10 grand, and that's a lot. It's I think it's 16 kilos for 110 plants. And I do that wholesale, so it's $4 a gram, which is super cheap, but I always keep like a kilo just to sell to people at $19 a gram. Just for the in between. But I have 2 of the villas already bought, just filled up with weed though, so that's why I make like $120,000 a harvest. My next harvest I'll probably make closer to 150. But you have to do the bong breaker weed or else you won't make your money back, really. It produces the most. I did a test a few streams back where I grew 10 plants of every single type of weed, both indoor and outdoor, and compared them all to see what the overall results were. Yeah, growing it yourself is the only way to do weed. If you the lab is a waste. It just takes time to fill the bottles of water. That's about it. And like sort everything into drying and stuff like that. But like I make a lot of money off of weed. That's why I've done it. I tried. I haven't really got large quantities of like heroin or cocaine being sold. But I'm sure if I had dealers like in this area, then I probably would make more money off of that. Yeah, this house is the house that produces the most. I have 84 plants, and I can duplicate weed a little bit sometimes, depending on like how close the plants are together. Like if you press F and left mouse button like as fast as possible when you're harvesting, you can get twice as much weed sometimes. So I'll usually end up with like 110 plants worth of weed. I haven't really figured out exactly how to make it duplicate, but yeah, that's it averages about 15 kilos every harvest because I can fit 84 or 85 pots in the first floor. And then it's easier when you just have one house because you can just skip time and then water and then skip time and then water. And you can make money pretty fast that way. I don't know if I have an extra 300. So yeah, I'm in the process of trying to finish the third villa that's called the villa. It depends. I think it's if you get. I think Bong Breaker's only 40, and you get 305 wet, but the dry is different. Like all of them produce different amounts wet, but how much it dries to is the biggest difference. That's why Bong Breaker is the best because it grows the second fastest out of all four of them and produces the most dry. Wait, I didn't. This didn't pop up. 350, 38. I don't remember what just one dries. I usually fill the dryer with 1,000 grams, and you get 450. 3432. What do you mean when do I harvest? Oh, you want to see what just one comes out to be? Okay. And then I need a 300. Let's see if I have 600. I don't think I have 600. Oh, I do. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you know. Let me go take that other order. Oh no, it definitely is. Like I'm wholesaling a lot of it at $4 a gram, and I'm still making 120,000 per harvest. You make even more money if you can sell large quantities of it at 19 a gram. Oops. Grab the wrong stuff. Oh yeah, firecracker won't give you as much. It's got to be Bongbreaker. It's the one that produces the most and grows the fastest. Or second fastest, I guess. But I should have a harvest in a little bit, and I'll show you what one plant gives you. I don't think you're doing the math right on that. Oh, maybe you're dividing 124 by 32 by 40, right? So yeah. So I mean, no matter what you sell it for, you're making money off of it. Oh, I need to go to the big house. Shoot. Oh yeah, for sure. It's the cheapest thing. And when you grow it yourself, you can produce way more than you can of anything else. And because you can wholesale it, you can get rid of like 15 kilos at a time or however many kilos you have at a time versus having to wait for people to buy it. Like, you will make more if you're willing to wait for the people to buy it, because you can sell it for a lot more money per gram, like 4 or 5 times as much. Yeah, watering is a pain, and so is filling up the water bottles. So instead of having the risk of having to deal with the cops and raising your wanted level, you just have to water and take care of them. But you don't need filters at your houses, only at like the hideouts. So that's a little bit of saved money. But in the long run, you definitely get more money. Because you can do it way faster too. Like, I'm doing it a little bit slower because I have 2 houses. You can grow outdoor. You can't grow it at your house though. Not that I've found out. Like, the plant doesn't plant anywhere that I've found. But the area that's behind the first house, here. This area that's down here, right here, by the wall, all of this area right here, you can grow it and they never find it. Yeah, time lapse is the way to do it. Like, if you only have 1 house, it's really easy because you just water, refill your bottles, then time lapse for, I think it's 10 hours, 10 to 12 hours depending on like how much water you want to use. Weed grows at approximately 1% per hour, I believe. How to use time-lapse refill bottles? You tell me that right now. Oh, really? Oh, I gotta try that. That's literally the thing that I've been complaining about the most for days and days on end here. Oh, no more water. Shoot. This is why I grabbed extra bottles of water. Even though I'm going to be over encumbered now. It's fine. Right? Like, literally I timed it. I did a 6-hour stream when I was unlocking the castle. And roughly like an hour and a half of that 6 hours was just refilling bottled water. Because I was just time-lapsing every time I finished watering. Because I only had the one house. Okay. Alright, let's see how many I got done. Almost all of them. Still got a few left to do. Wow, that's so much better. Oh my god. Oh, that made my life so much more simple. You literally just made this game 1,000 times better. You have no idea. That was the best thing that could have possibly been said to me. Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome. That is something I'm going to tell everybody.
Go home.
Patrol requested to the eastern.
I've been trying to figure out the exact way to duplicate weed. I've gotten it pretty good at this first house. I have 80 plants and I can harvest like 110. So there's got to be a way to do it every time so I can double a harvest. Wait, what? Oh, double click and then drop? Okay, I'll have to try that. Only problem is I can't really do that trick here because I have 34 times speed. if I spent that long doing the water bottles, it will let the plants will probably die at the other house. I guess I could pick up my furniture so that doesn't happen. Let me go pick up all the furniture so I don't have the time expand too fast. I bought all this furniture so that I could grow weed in this first house really fast. But now that I have two houses, it doesn't really work. Oh, it's still times 8. I wonder what piece of furniture I have that's causing that. Oh, it's so much better.
Hey, you! Stop right. Don't move or we tase you, buddy.
Man, these cops are still so much more cracked out than anybody else that I deal with. It didn't even spend that much time. That was awesome. I probably could go do some extra deals in between. Too much work? What are you talking about? It's barely any work. It just looks like a lot of work because I have two houses. If you only had one house, You just have to expand time and then just water and it'd be done within a couple of days. If you wanted to do just weed, but what you're supposed to do is let it grow while you go do your other deals and shit. If I had people buying kilos of amp, then I definitely would, but they don't usually buy a lot of amp. They buy a lot of weed. Well, I haven't really gotten too many big ones. I've gotten some like 300 grams of amp and like 200 grams of meth, but I haven't really like dealt to a lot of people in the Sector C to get the big deals for hero and cocaine, so. But that would make me the most money is heroin and cocaine for sure. I probably should just buy some containers. And whatchamacallit, just take a bunch of heroin and meth over to Sector C to cut down on travel time and do more deals over there. Automatic watering would be great. But now that I can actually fill water really fast, it's not as painful. Mostly I'm just glad that I don't have to sit there and listen to the water filling noise over and over and over again now. That was driving the most bonkers. Let's see what the people in Sector B want. I could do that. I don't know if I have that much. I have to go to the other house to find out exactly how much of stuff I have. I should at some point move everything over to the actual castle so I don't have to worry about getting raided at these places. But that's one of the benefits of growing weed is that, whoops, your, like, danger level goes down a grip. Oh, sweet, I still have ecstasy in here. Awesome. Okay. 15 of this. A 58 of this. $41. And then a 61.
Attention, attention. Attention, attention. To all guest citizens. These hours are to start in 60 minutes. Repeat. These hours are to start in 60 minutes. For their own safety, all inhabitants are to proceed to their quarters. Individuals
Go take care of this
must
person in the downtown area first, because it's always harder to deal over here after police hours start.
Las personas que se encuentren dentro de las áreas públicas durante el horario policial pueden sufrir consecuencias.
Внимание, внимание. Внимание, внимание.
Oh, is it?
Всем гостям здравствуйте. Комендантский час начнется через 60 минут.
I don't know if it'll affect it while I'm doing this, though. Like, I may have to restart the game for that to effect to apply.
Через 60 минут. В целях вашей собственной безопасности.
I put all my settings down really low to keep the
в своих домах.
game from lagging too much.
В общественных местах. Во время
I also found out that
столкнуться с
if you have
последствиями.
too many lights in your grow rooms, it causes the game to lag a grip. I wouldn't call it bad, but it's definitely not good. Like, this game can run on maximum settings for me. But because I'm streaming at the same time, it takes a lot of CPU, so it ends up lagging a little bit. I don't know why I can't jump over this fence from this side, but I can jump over it on the other side. It's so weird. I'm pretty sure it's because I use Streamlabs, that's why it lags so bad. I bet if I used OBS it wouldn't be so bad. Too much money for what? Oh, to get through there? I don't know, it's always been 350 for me. It started out as 100, and the second time I went through it was like 250, and then the third time it was 350. And it's just stayed at 350 forever. I would, but then I need to spend a lot of money in lockpicks, and I'd have to not have the large backpack. So it's just faster for me to just pay the 350. It'd be one thing if you lockpick doors down there and they stayed open, then it wouldn't be so bad. But having to like lockpick every time that I want to get through just got annoying. So I just ended up just saying whatever. $350 is not not the worst expense. And it puts me right next to the castle, so it works out. Oh man, that's so much faster. I feel like I've just gained many hours of my life back by being able to just fill water bottles like that. Oh, and I'm so close to being able to actually finish the stupid villa that I wanted to do today. Well, at least the third part of it, the most expensive part. I didn't even see what they wanted. 275. Jesus. All right. Do I have 148? I don't know. I have to make 2 towers wait. Uh, 46 in amphetamines. And a bunch of money to pick up. All right, thanks, man, and thank you so much for making my life 1,000 times easier. I mix my amphetamines, but other than that, I don't really. Sometimes I do, but I just haven't had the time, really. Sure, T-Bone. Sleep good, dude. Like with my ecstasy, I mix that with Viagra because I find it hilarious. And I call it Hard X. But I mass produce like a bunch of stuff, a lot, like 4 or 5 streams ago. So I have like a lot of stuff in excess at this point. Oh, you're on the other side of the fence, aren't you? Shoot. What would I get caught on? Oh, I was like, I thought the game froze because I wasn't moving, but it's just because I was stuck. I already watered there. I should deposit money, but it's alright. I'll just go through. Yeah, I'm over encumbered with water bottles right now. I mean, it wouldn't make too much of a difference anyways. I gotta slowly go through each plant like this when they're big. So it's not that big of a deal if I move slow. Makes me more precise so I don't have to double back. I used to water by trying to like water the bottom of the plants or by looking straight down on the plant. And then I found out it's like 1,000 times easier just to walk along the top like this. Yeah, like if you watch some of my past streams about this, or I put them all up on YouTube too to make them easier to watch. But like I used to get lost inside the plants and like lose track of my orientation and not know which direction I was walking, and then I'd end up missing plants. So not everything would get watered. It was a real pain in the butt. But when I do it this way, everything gets watered and I don't have to worry about it. I wish I would have planted these all at the same time. But I didn't realize I didn't have enough seeds, so that kind of screwed me a little bit. It doesn't help that whatchamacallit, that empty water bottles still weigh 5 kilos. I mean, I wish that was the case in real life. Make more money off recycling. Oh, I'm so close. I just barely had enough money to be able to buy this stupid villa. The third section, I mean. I believe it's 154.
To all units, we have an aggressive
Oh, it works in here too? Sweet. That makes that easier.
Hey, come over here, pal. Are you carrying any
What do you
drugs or
idiots
weapons? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Get out of my face.
Sir, stop. Don't try anything stupid. All right, off you go.
I made a lot of money off those 2 300-gram deals I did. Sweet, I only gotta water these one more time. Oh, how'd I miss those plants? What? It says I missed another one in here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. Oh, I missed a whole row? Oh, good thing I saw that. Oh, it says I missed another one in here somewhere. Alright, I think I got him that time. Oh, I'm caught on something. I think I missed a row. Yep, I thought I had missed a row. Let's see if I got enough money yet. Aw, $2 grand short. Alright, man. Have a good night. Or day. And Happy New Year's.
Hey, you, wait! Stand still, please. Okay, clean. Go home.
Think you falling now? Tell me what just happened. They just run my way.
Alright, after I finish harvesting and watering over here, I'm sure I'll have enough money from laundering to be able to finish that section of house. Oh, I thought I had an empty one. Do I not have an empty one of these? Shoot. Darn it. I only have the one cabinet too. Bummer. Oh well. These won't fit in my pocket, will they? Nope. That's fine. You can fit a kilo in your pockets, but you can't fit water bottles. It's 49. 93 from 82 plants. $124. $25, $26. $144.
Hey, don't try anything stupid. Okay, you're clear.
I'm steady slaving, behaving just like I'm loose toting. I feel dejected, rejected, sit on my stoop slowly. And it's better than Mike Jet with the White Sox. I'm steady slaving for things, just give me one. I never saw this coming, but it's happening. I hit it once and tried to quit, but now I'm back again.
All right, we did it.
It's like I'm in jail in the cell from the hell that I
68,000 for the rest of it, which we should be able to do after this harvest, no problem. And then it'll finally be built. So I'm going to call it here, and I'm going to save here so that we can see what the house looks like when it's finished building. But yeah, we got it completed. So tomorrow we will actually see what the villa looks like, and yeah. As usual, I'll put this up on YouTube as soon as I'm done here. And then I will be finishing the villa completely tomorrow. That should be easy enough to do. Even if I just have to like fast forward time a bunch just to get all the laundered money in to finish it, we'll get it done. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm glad I was able to talk to a bunch of you guys today. And I'll see you all in the next one.